Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Today we are back in our republic that is experiencing significant monetary issues, and we are going to take it slow. We're going to look through everything, see what we can optimize, see if we can find reasons that our republic, are still doing badly. We do have some low education somewhere. Something is draining our happiness. Let's take a look. For example, Svitkov, our new town, recently built. We definitely have to add some additional waste storages for these two buildings and the cinema. So let's drop a waste storage here and then go take a look at other towns if they are also affected. So we do have some unemployment due to low education. Let's take a look at that. Uneducated workers. So none in Svitkov because we got a fresh set of migrants here. It shouldn't be affected really. The happiness is okay, but definitely need to handle the waste and get the kindergarten set up. Otherwise the area is hopefully going to be fine. We'll keep that overlay open. Let's go to the western border. Svidama. We had education issues here. Seems to be... and crime issues, lots of crime issues. Seems to be running okay for now. We might have to add another residential building here. But right now they seem to be handling things decently. And no unemployment in Creatine. Happiness here being somewhat low. Definitely enough waste storages. Seems to be okay. Lots of highly educated workers. Let's keep going. And the waste storage in Svidama also is okay. Okay, no changes need to be made here, I don't think. Yep, seems fine. Next up, let's start with... let's go down the road. Let's look at the waste first. Let's see if anything pops up. I mean, nothing really changed with waste in existing towns. So I don't think there should be any issues here. We even optimized our waste by making sure that the biological waste is being handled correctly. Let's look at where the uneducated workers are. So Karabadak had education issues, but we hired a bunch of migrants here. Seems okay. Nothing Prostalova, Vero, I think they are still fine. Well, we don't care as much about coal anymore, so if the population drops a bit, we'll get a fresh set of migrants when they are needed. We have issues in Beates. That is not a lot of low education workers yet, but this area is basically depopulating and needs more higher educated workers. I think we'll just hire some. They do have a university, and basically they should be able to handle things as long as we make sure that they can fill those buildings. Otherwise, seems to be okay. Maybe that's the only issue this area has. That was expensive. I only added a few highly educated workers and it cost us $1.25 million. Well, I'm sure they can make it so that only people who are supposed to study will study. Let's lower the amount of people working in the secret police. That was set a bit high. I want most of them to be here. We'll probably set this to 30, just that we can get a stable amount of highly educated workers in the area and maybe grow the population a bit more. We'll see. Let's get the happiness overlay going. So not too bad yet. Did get a fresh set of migrants. I guess it was below 60, so it was pretty bad. This one seems okay. This building not so much, but does it not have its own waste storage? It does not, so this one is suffering from pollution issues, and we'll drop a waste storage in here. I think I already did that at some point and might have gotten lost due to a crash or something. If I have one exit here, we could probably reach this one. I think the distance is not that long, so only trying for a footpath for now. And see if that resolves it, but yeah, that's probably the reason for the low happiness, that we're having waste issues. Let's check the low buildings for maybe waste issues. You definitely have a waste storage, but only a small one. Okay, we will drop a larger waste storage in here for both of you. I think that that's well deserved. This town, Karabadak, still recovering from previous issues. Let them keep things running and try to improve their happiness over time. You have decent happiness everywhere. It's close to 70. Everything should be in order. You are fine too now, finally. Sasalis looks pretty bad. You do have a waste storage, a larger one, but your happiness is fairly low. I do hope that not everyone in here has allergies. Could be really bad for all of the fields around. I think the happiness is probably due to the lack of the indoor pool through winter. I said I wouldn't do any construction, so we will not do any construction there, but just for future note. This looks very good, and this looks reasonable as well, except for this area, but they do have a waste storage. Not sure what their complaints would be. Need to make sure that they keep getting a higher education. That's of the utmost importance. So much so that we will limit the amount of police work to half. Speaking of police work, this year. So some crime is still not being investigated somewhere. We have to take a look where that would be. But yeah, you don't matter that much, you don't matter that much, you're very low happiness. But yeah, can't change that. Unable to get food and electronics. And you're pretty low too. But you got a fresh set of people right now, so as long as these people are happy, I guess the surrounding buildings will just take on more population over time. Okay, so that's like all of our happiness, what we have to deal with. New constructions that I will be allowed to do is like things like adding waste storages or where huge problems arise, but like even Sasalis may get a indoor swimming pool if this doesn't improve very much. Like if they always drop and rise back and forth, then it makes sense to build an indoor pool, and that one isn't too expensive. 8.5 tons of steel. So that's like 50,000 rubles-ish. Okay. So we have our uneducated workers problem here. This one is not investigating crimes. You definitely need to raise your workers. You're also handling crime in the Raw, was it? Yes. Then that does mean that you also go over here and handle crime. And you are running full on crime and are being overworked. So here's our crime issue. I believe we do have enough highly educated workers in this area though. Maybe not. This area is also pretty low on the amount of highly educated workers. But the police station is full, so I guess it has a sufficient number. All we need is, let's see, secret police. You're already down to 8, so that's okay. We do have a waste storage after we connected the footpath out here. Seems okay. As long as we have enough workers here, we should be fine. Let's see. We need to take out a loan, because of course we do. This might be the end. I mean, like, this is looking pretty bad. Okay, not this month, if we exclude the amount of migrants that I had to get. But in general, this is looking very bad. Let's open up the indole pool a bit more. University needs to handle things. I believe we are going to catch a few criminals and then get them behind bars, hopefully. Those serious crimes need to be investigated. I might have to get a few more highly educated workers here. I'll tell one building where I've moved people into to tell them to all go in the police. I think they just need to spread the education around more, and then things should be fine. I could shut down the secret police for the time being. But that's probably a bad idea and would give higher education to criminals as well. Okay, I think it's probably time to speed up things and look at how bad it gets. Also, we wanted to continue building on the western border. The western border still allows construction because that is basically financially stable with the subsidies it gets in the form of food and fabric and alcohol. So over here we are still building our heating plant, our cableway station, the power connection, and the power plant eventually, which will run at full capacity. We'll be able to run at full capacity and allow us to relocate our heating plant across the river. We're currently setting up an electric switch to bring electricity to the area to basically hook up this whole section. I did not hook this up yet. I guess I'm just going to use underground wires, it's fine. Maybe let's use these. Or no. Let's use the one I was initially going for. I will provide electricity. Don't build the power plant yet. The power plant will be nice to have, but really expensive. It'll make the oil really useful. Because right now the oil is worth very little. So we'll set up the heating plant, see if everything works, if our cableway station can carry people here. We need to bring people here via this cableway station, like the cableway cars, I mean. This cableway station does not have a road connection, just because we didn't need it. And then we might have to assign one building to always send its workers here. Maybe build some additional smaller buildings. As I said, on the western border I am still allowed to build. So this area is ready for more production. And once we relocate the heating plant, which is probably the most polluting factor here, we might be able to run the power plant again. The heating plant causing 7 tons of pollution. Okay, the power plant is the most polluting factor, but we are not running it at full tilt. But compared to the clothing factory, that one only makes 4.4 tons. And altogether they cause a lot of pollution in this area. So maybe if we remove one factor, we can increase the throughput temporarily until we build up the proper power plant here. I don't know. Well, this is being built slowly. After that, everything should be in place, I think. We'll see. We come back to when this cableway station gets finished, so we can get in the cableway cars. We are making a profit this month so far, which is good to see. I really need to keep an eye out on my current issues, so low education needs to be dealt with. We have a little bit of unemployment somewhere, 20 workers. Let's maybe take a look if we can find that. Like, we have a few unemployed people due to no kindergarten for sure, but okay. Some unemployment in Tuseni. You're going to prison and then the bus platform. And from the bus platform, you are not able to reach the distillery. So we might have to just say more workers are allowed here in some building. Probably not the car dealer. There's already too much workers in the secret police. Oh god, you're also having education issues. You might need some highly educated workers here too. You're sending to the party HQ first, secret police, school, police station. That's probably not necessary anymore. Unassigning you will send all of the highly educated workers to the highly educated workplaces first. And I will also unassign you. I think we have a huge amount of regularly educated citizens that they will still staff everything sufficiently. But I need to make sure that the highly educated workers go to the workplaces where they're supposed to be, providing higher education to all citizens. And yeah, we had 3 unemployed people here. Heating plant, kindergarten, bus stop. Instead of the bus stop I could say this. Water pump in Pidansk. Oh, I guess we're exporting too much. Oh, we don't have any workers in here right now. Okay. Temporary issue resolved. The unemployed workers, they can't go to the bus stop and find work. We'll open up the indoor pool to like 10 workers, and that should be enough to get the other 3 employed. Otherwise there's no unemployment issues whatsoever. 55 uneducated workers. They were in Beatus. 20, that's probably all of them, I would guess. They are trying to run through the school system, which is successful with very few people. Don't need that many teachers here. I will keep this open and then propagate the university education. We did pay over 1 million rubles for fresh migrants, so hopefully you can do that. Looks like every month we are also exporting one bus. One bus for 500,000, which might be the key to not run out of money. I thought it would be way more profitable, but I guess it is mainly the way of like getting a huge amount of buses at once, and building them yourself feels fair-ish. So I guess I won't feel too bad if this saves us. We will have to switch to car production at some point, especially when all of the trucks are back, waiting for more vehicles to pick up. But for now, we need to save our money reserves. And last time, we also unlocked 2 researches that we can perform. I think our universities are currently too busy, but for consideration we had a few things. So one was improving bauxite, the bauxite purification. The other one is still going towards chemicals and then electronics. Last one up here was steel production. Finally getting the steel mill, which would save a lot of money, but cost a huge amount of money to set up, I think. Pollution reduction, always useful, especially with people living that close to areas. Waste recycling, trying to go here. Trying to make more useful resources from recycled materials instead of having to import them. This is a synthetic fertilizer I don't think we need. This is not useful until we actually get electronics. Fire helicopters are not needed anymore. They will be at some point, but not right now. And fire prevention would be another research that we could do. With how many fires we are getting, this would significantly reduce the amount of damage being done to buildings and reduce the amount of maintenance we have to do. Well, I think last time we said we would go for bauxite purification very likely. Seems like an easy setup to do in our system. It will reduce the amount of bauxite exports our ship does, because it can load more, but the amount it will load, the resources will be more profitable. So it would be worth it for that. But then again, one ship is already running sufficiently, and I don't really want to build anything right now. This is 500,000. It would be, let's see. Raw bauxite and bauxite is probably the same amount. Yes. So almost 900 versus 450, so it would double the amount we earn per ship, but it would take about twice as long to load, because we would be cutting down the amount of resources in half with the bauxite processing. Not quite in half, it's like 3/5. But yeah, is that worth it? Running fewer times, using less fuel? Probably. Ships do use a lot of fuel. I don't know. Right now, Slobodsk and Karbalak have their hands full with the university education anyway. So I don't want to impose any researches on those areas right now. Police, you're running at half capacity. That seems okay. But we do need more highly educated workers here. The hospital, sure. Secret police. Yeah, limit that to like 8 workers too. And then we're doing the same for Tuseni, because you do not need 12 workers if Slobodsk does not need 12 workers. So the loyalty requirement for the Hall of Residence is now 35, so Only very loyal people will be able to move closer to the university to study, and anyone else has to come from home. That means the city gets like 30 a pass on 30 loyalty, whereas like other areas have to have 35 loyalty. Or unknown loyalty, I guess. That is also a thing, unfortunately. I don't think I need to get any fresh migrants here, but yes, I don't want to trigger the research right now. Let's check the university here. We are doing fine. And the same should apply here. 35 loyalty, yep. Limiting that. That's why the university over there is also a bit busy, because of the extra students living next to the university. I hope you get everything resolved. Let's make another change. This building right next to the university will be limited to have only university-educated citizens move in. So if someone decides to move in, it should be decent loyalty and university education only. And we will do that for all buildings close to the university, ensuring that we have one building that is dedicated to providing workers to the university. Not explicitly, but making sure that one building should have a lot of space free usually to allow people to move in. Same thing over here in Beatis. A small building here is probably fine to do that. We are trying to run that at higher capacity too. I'll set a large building here. Hopefully it doesn't cause any problems. Almost out of money again. That's the last university. And then we have to go... Okay, Split Cove. You don't have that many buildings yet, but I'm still gonna do that here. Unable to visit pub. Oh, really? Okay. Footpath to the pub. That is an emergency situation. They cannot get to the pub. After that, well, yes, that building can't get to the pub right now. After that they will be able to. No bus stop here, so nothing else. And the same should also apply to Spidava University. We are going to use this building. Try to keep a steady supply of highly educated workers in our highest quality flat, so to speak. I also could do that in other areas like Prieten. Open up one building to always have university educated people for the area, for the police station, for the hospital, for the eventual school that this area will probably get. But yeah, let's only do it for the university towns right now. Okay, keep building this. Okay, we got most of the resources for the heating plant at least. Yeah, our US dollars are very steady with the money we get from them. It's very nice. I might have to get a steady supply from the US border, from NATO border, to supply ourselves with steel from that, but it would basically be 370 tons of steel from the money we have right now. And then it would take a while to get the money back through other means. Okay, gotta stabilize, gotta keep the profits going, know that everything seems to be reasonably stable, low education is going away. What about the crime? With this month we still had no investigation. in a few cases. I believe that is the area of Prostolova and Vira. Vira and Beatis. I think Beatis is fine. Beatis is not fine. I might have to get more workers here in general. I did want to let them do the university thing first, but... well, they are getting a few cases solved. We need to get these high crime cases resolved, not worry about these petty crime things. Focus on the serious crimes right now. And also get more workers in here, really. I probably have to get a fresh set of migrants here to increase the amount of police workers right now, because this is way too low. I guess they are studying right now. They will at some point work here. We'll let this keep running as is. Oh god. Yeah, try your best, I guess. Don't want to build a large police station there, not necessary. Let's clear out medium and minor crimes from here. Focus on the important ones. This will lock up people very long, so they can't cause any more crimes. So I think these ones should have priority. And they are still early enough where there's a decent chance to solve them. So serious crimes are probably committed by people who would cause a lot of medium and minor crimes as well. Oh my god. More workers here too. I'm just going through the police stations. This is ridiculous. So this is too far ahead. We are going to focus on serious crimes. Get rid of these, and these. Focus on these ones. Yes, get a lot of workers in here. To deal with all of those. I believe we can catch a few. And we definitely have enough prisons that hopefully won't have a lot of escapes anymore. All of these prisoners basically have to be caught again. We're out of money. All of the prisoners escaped and are out in our society causing more crimes. Police station here, you are doing fine. There's no police station in Sasalis. Or Pidansk does also not have one. You do not have one either. You are doing... I was going to say reasonably well, but you probably also need more workers. But you do have to deal with a lot of students. Well, try and solve a few cases. Let's get rid of these ones that have a low chance to solve. Focus on the serious crime. Try and get that one done. And I guess even doing some of the minor crimes, solving those, will lock up a few people for some time, reducing the chance for more crime to happen during that time. So it's all good. We also have a police station here. That one is doing fine. There's not that much crime in this area. You can be full capacity, that's okay. 2 serious crimes here, and both of them will get resolved. No crime for you yet. Limit that to 8. Culture also. Culture, oh yeah, the cinema. I'm still waiting on that. Speed up the... I will allow myself the construction of the cinema because it is planned from this town. We will speed up the construction here and actually assign the construction, which was paused. Also the waste storages. Get this all started. How much crime are we having here? Okay, that's okay. We're dealing with things. And yeah, lots of serious crimes. Lots of serious, severe criminals around that need to be caught and put in jail again. And most importantly, kept in jail. Everyone escaped from jail as the loyalty dropped. So putting the loyalty requirement too high can be bad. We're gonna drop it down to 10%, which will basically prevent past prisoners from running the prison, because they will go out of prison with like 0% loyalty. So you have to have some loyalty. But we won't run into the issue where the loyalty requirement will empty out the waters in a prison and cause a lot of prisoners to escape. And I think we'll do that in all of them, to always keep a good amount of workers in these. Because sometimes these areas like destabilize in the, with the population because of unhappiness due to lack of electronics, and then loyalty might go down, but this will give us a little bit of an extra chance to catch these things. This road probably has to go. This is causing too many traffic issues. I mean, there's only a few vehicles standing around. What if I combine these intersections? That would work, right? 2 and 5. So they will not block this intersection until they clarify who gets to go. Hopefully our harvest will be better. Fertility is very high. Getting more crops in will hopefully save us a lot of money as it gets distributed. Mostly to the fabric factory, because clothing is our main export good. Okay, the traffic issues here seem to be fine. It's unfortunate that we have a loop here now, but that's okay. Let's see, 400 seconds. That's definitely more than enough buses for that. Here's a bunch of microbuses that I moved in here. Former route of microbuses going to the fire station in the area. You know what? Maintenance construction office, you're not doing much right now, so you may as well help with the construction of a few things that don't need much right now. Mostly workers and a tiny amount of materials. Okay, we're making a tiny sliver of profit again, which is all going to be eaten up by loan repayments, but any profit is good. We will have to occasionally take out more loans, but as long as we're in the green and not having any expenses, this will be an improvement. I will have to spend some rubles getting some cableway cars going here. And yes, I think we have to assign one building, maybe 50-50 between the bus stop and the cableway station. I don't know if the bus stop should also be able to reach the clothing factory. But we're not assigning workers here to go to specific places. This area should be fine. Someone complaining about unemployment. That's not true. There's always room in the university. Yeah, money's still going down. As expected, we're not making 1.5 million per month, so our money will continuously go down. We have increased our waste production a little bit, meaning that we might need one more dump truck to make sure the incinerator always gets emptied out. And we also have to be careful in regards to our waste dumps, because they are going to run full at one point. I also need to check the hazardous waste that we are importing. It does not have any metals in it apparently, so that's good. It would be nice if we had them, because then we could just export that stuff and earn some profit, but at least all the hazardous waste we are getting, it gets incinerated and then can be put on a dump and go away. You're broken down. I'm gonna remove you. Am I still transporting workers here, like prisoners? I don't think so. I removed that prison bus route, right? So if the coal power plant ever catches fire, the cableway station is gonna stop and we're not gonna have any workers here anymore. So I think the prison bus route going to the clothing factory needs to go to the power plant first. To make sure we have a potential supply of workers heading here. In case of a power outage, they can restart the power plant. If we suddenly get faced with no workers going there anymore. It's looking decent, but still concerning in regards to money. We have pushed our loans very high. We're over 108 million rubles in loan capacity, and we can take out 29 million more, but I don't want to. But the potential is there. And yes, it looks like one bus every month is being exported for close to 500,000, which is good. I don't like that this is a third of the amount of total people. Should be way higher. But I don't want to spend more money on getting higher education workers. I did leave this building open for people to move into. So hopefully some of them, if they want to relocate, will decide to work in the university. And that will be a fulfilling job for them. No more uneducated workers, so that issue is gone. Almost no unemployment due to no workplaces, some unemployment due to small children. They are probably coming from Rospin and Turtlestock, but let's take a quick look. So we have 2 people here, 2 people here, that's only 4 out of the 15, so somewhere else we have a lack of enough childcare. There's one over here. Oh, the sawmill area probably has the other Kaisinia. That's 6. No, there must be another area. We should have 17. Oh, over here. That's a lot of them. Kindergarten is full on waste. Definitely need the waste storage here. I thought a small kindergarten would be enough. Apparently I was wrong. Oh, we can replace that once we have fixed our money issues. Some missing childcare is okay. But yeah, this generates a lot of pollution right now. Whenever the waste overflows, it disappears, but it spawns a lot of pollution. And on high difficulty, it's a significant amount. It's very dangerous. Unless something changed. But we had a building earlier that was like at 40 years life expectancy because like overflowing waste was ridiculous. It was a large residential building if I remember though, so gotta take another loan, not run out of money to trigger penalties. We're at 1.5 million rubles almost. Not making any profit this month, even with the bus export it seems like. The heating plant in Svitkov does not need to tell me whenever it stops production. The amount of workers here is so low that sometimes no one walks in, but there should be a steady supply of workers. Oh, the bridge is missing this loop, looks kinda weird. We could rebuild that and make it smoother, but it's fine. It's basically like an extra lane here for left-hand turns. So they don't have to cross this road. And then cross this road. It skips 2 intersections. Come on, make a profit. I don't think adding the bauxite processing facility would help our profits right now. It would be another investment on a building that will reduce the amount of exports we do. Like, okay, let's take a look. If I take the price for raw bauxite, I get my calculator out. Our sell price is 472. I multiply that by 5, divided by 3, and we get 786. And bauxite was like 900. 869. So it would be a profit margin of 100 rubles extra per element exported. And I don't think that would pay the investment into the building back fast enough. Like, I think we're stuck with too many loans right now to add another loan to build such a building. I think the interest rate would be higher than the extra profit. We are going to try and work more profit on the western border and then see if we can get the power plant and get some export going to the eastern side with electricity. And then maybe stop the export of electricity on the eastern border. Run that power plant at a little bit less capacity, because the coal is probably worth more. Still, at least worth more than the oil. Looks like we'll get our cableway station soon. What cable cars am I going to use? We have this one already and this one. No, we have this one and this one. I don't remember. We're gonna use the ones that we don't have yet. I like the look of these. I didn't expect it to, but yeah. Either the blue or the grey ones, depending on which one we don't have yet. If we have both of them, then I don't know. Which ones do we have on the car production line? I had a sneeze. These are the red ones. And then these ones are the grey or blue ones. We have the blue ones, okay. So we are going to get the grey ones for the gas power plant. We'll start with like buying 12 and seeing how much the truck can carry. And then we also need to see how much the line should get. I think we're starting with like half capacity again. I don't even know if these cable cars need maintenance. I assume they don't. We should have... We have a truck available that was doing aluminium. No, that was transporting a bus last time. Get any car and dump it in the cableway station. I wonder how many you can carry. You were only able to carry like 3 with the orange cable cars, and I think 6 with the blue ones. But all of them have the same capacity to hold the workers. And the grey ones looked like they were even smaller than the blue ones, so I don't know. Maybe the graphic is misleading, we'll see. Half a workday left, probably another bus incoming. I don't know if this cableway station... Like, how does the cableway station work? It already has electricity on this side. But it doesn't really have any electricity here, does it? Well, we have electricity planned, but it's not built yet. Does a cableway station need electricity on both ends to run? Because only one building basically needs to push the cars, but since I remember the cableway station showing like the throughput, maybe if you have only electricity on one side it halves the throughput because you don't have enough power to move the cables. Or maybe they get stuck there until they get pushed out again. I don't know. Okay, got a little bit extra profit again, thanks to the bus export. We also need a maintenance building on that side, or probably in range of our existing maintenance building, because currently no one can do maintenance across the bridge. So we'll have another construction office nearby that can handle things. And I will get small vehicles for that. I will probably also replace the vehicles in this construction office with smaller ones instead of Western ones, because they are just ridiculous for maintenance tasks. Except the concrete mixer and the bus. Concrete mixer can stay Western. Alright, finishing up construction. Thank you very much. So we can't... The cableway engine apparently is already running. Even with second station is without power supply. So I guess we're gonna find out. We will need electricity here, otherwise the heating plant can't work. Also the heating plant will need coal. So the distribution office from Priatin will probably take the truck at some point and assign it to a direct route, but for now we need to fill this up with some coal. And yeah, I would like to know how many cableway cars you can load. also 6. Okay, so we can load 12. We will wait until loaded here. Our limit is 32. I have 12 boards, so I need 4 more. And then we have 16. Looks like we finished the... No, we didn't finish the wire yet. Oh, we did finish the wire. Why do we not have electricity? Oh, because this is not connected yet because of... Okay, yeah. This is all going through this whole array of things. Cableway cars are now heading out. They're great. Okay. Power lines are being built. We need one of these wires, we need the high voltage switch, and this wire has already been built. This one is only necessary for connection to the eastern border. So yeah, after the switch and one wire we should have electricity on this switch, which brings it over across the river and back to this electric substation. And then maybe next year we can make a connection from this transformer to Creatine itself, getting rid of this switch and this power line. We have coal, we don't have electricity yet, so they should be fast to build, but let's check back soon. And then we'll need to send over workers and shut down this heating plant and get rid of all of the coal. And probably bulldoze it. That's good profit this month. That's decent. No uneducated workers. How's the crime looking? Still have some no investigation. I assume that's... Well, we also had issues in... Where was it? Was it here? In Stopolatsk? Must have been. We had one larger settlement where there were crime issues. And we increased the amount of workers in the police station again. But yeah, locking up a lot of people sounds good. But the main crime issues are Beatus and Viro. We have to resolve some of these. Like, deal with some cases, like put some people to work. Lock some people up, and then hopefully less crime. If Beatus is... Okay, if Beatus... I was going to say, if Beatus is dealing with all of its crime, then it can also assist Viro, because it can reach the same area. But they are both still struggling, because they are prioritizing tasks really badly. Okay, cancel these, do the small crimes. Lock some people up, if possible. Catch some small fish and then work your way up. Also, you're very low on police officers. Okay. I'm going to spend a lot of money for some new migrants. Go here, and then go here first. All of those university educated people go into the police station and deal with crime right now. And after that, go to the party HQ if there's still a need for more workers. And this should hopefully help us deal also with Vero. If they deal with all crime here, They can handle Vera. In addition to that, I will not change anything for you. You already have a full complement of workers. I will cancel the ones that won't get solved though. And probably focus you on the serious crimes. Get rid of these and these. You should be able to do the minor crimes, come on. Lots of crime in the pub. Well, hopefully we'll lock some people up. We have to work our way up. I was going to say serious crime is better, but there's so much crime. And it's a lot of minor crimes. That we should lock up some of the minor crime people. So that we can focus on the larger crime after. One worker is not going to finish that. We do have the power lines to the other switch though. I hope we don't have a problem with like... This is a lot of switches that we have built in this area, but it's probably going to work fine. Yeah, let's come back here. I guess since we have the power lines, we can set this to notify me when it finishes. And then take a look once it's done. Lost a lot of money this month. Take out a loan. Didn't export our bus yet this month. Apparently it's on the move. So... oh, it just got sold. Seems like the price of the bus is going up. I wonder if that's an increase per month due to inflation, or if the demand is going up. I assume it's inflation. Come on. Do I really want to give you some higher education workers? This seems like it's barely holding on. I have a lot of workers in the police station. Let's put that to half again. Until we have some crime issues. You will solve these unless you cancel them last minute and decide, oh no, it's too low, no, we're not going to do them. I hope you will finish these. The amount of higher educated workers here is pretty low, and a lot of them are focusing on police work. That bus is toast. Salis. 8 buses for 300 seconds, that's too much. You're just gonna go to the scrapyard. Okay, finish one of the lower cases. Make sure the other cases are also getting done. This one's almost completed. This one should be next. So hopefully some of these will get solved, put before a prosecutor, and someone goes to jail, reducing the amount of crime being done in the future. And they are going to jail for 2.5 years if they are found guilty. So it's not nothing.
I wonder if it's 2.5 in-game years or like 2.5 of the people years, because the lifespan of the people is shorter. The life goes up much quicker for them. Okay, maybe we have finally caught up. I mean, I did have to remove a lot of cases, but maybe now they can spread out the cases between themselves and handle everything. Okay, just keep going. Give us a little bit of extra export this month, so we're in the green for this month too, please. That would be nice. Waste storage has been built. This one is still pending. But we do have our cinema now. Well deserved for you people. But let's make sure we also get that waste storage up. Do we have an issue with low amount of highly educated workers here? We did start with 50 that I hired for that building, and then whatever we got here. I think with the loyalty requirements this should be okay. We need more staff, we need more general workers. Then we would work this fine. The more people study, the less general workers we will have. I guess we will need more population here. I'll spend some US currency to get like 50 migrants. Get them through the school system and start working. Okay. Wait. Yes. What other migrants did I get? I forgot. Still haven't built that. Our cableway truck is waiting for the last vehicles to deliver them. We'll send you out and then to the depot back again. Seven work days. I guess we could carry people over by cableway car and they will finish the construction. Workers are now allowed to wait here. First worker. Probably not going to the construction site voluntarily. This is too distant. This is not too distant. We're going to send every worker here. And after this gets built, it gets unassigned. And then they can go into the heating plant. Which is the only building after to work in. Except for the construction site, but that one's paused. Good, got electricity. Got electricity. Got electricity. And our heating plant is operational. Currently lacking drinking water. So we need a technical service apparently, because this is definitely out of range. I'll handle it with a free one, I think. Probably also need waste pickup, so we'll grab a large garbage truck, water and sewage, and copy the assignments over from here. Set you to 2 kilometers. Once we have drinking water, this will handle the heating. I guess it will handle the heating right now. It's already running. Even at 50% capacity, it's heating enough. So we'll see if everything runs fine. Or if something starts complaining. Then we'll empty out the heating plant here. We'll definitely remove the truck from the distribution office. No, it'll stay in here. Because this way it's still inside the range for the repair station. And you just continuously supply coal to the other heating plant. But we'll empty it up. We'll empty the other heating plant out first. If this works. Let's wait for the water delivery. Here's our other power line, connecting us back to the eastern border. And that way we would now be able to export electricity if we had our power plant set to it. I also need to look at if we might have the chance for running... this is... well, it's not close to the residential area anymore. Let's give it some electricity export and see if... no, let's export it for rubles. Or should I? Power. This is a factor of... this is like a factor of 1 ruble is equals to 3 US dollars. We have much better resources to export to the eastern side. I think we'll export in US dollars. Let's try at 20%. %10 pollution. Come on, bring some drinking water here. I did set everything up except for actually providing a technical service. I will set up the construction office. I think the maintenance office is needed. And I shall not forget about it. We'll set it up in range of the other construction office. Here next to the cableway station, I think will be really good. And then we'll also replace all the vehicles in the current construction office that does maintenance. Because they are way too expensive and large for doing maintenance, at least in most cases. I guess what I will do is I will put those vehicles in this construction office, because doing maintenance on the power plant and the heating plant has a little bit more priority. And then we'll put some W50 vehicles inside the Svitava maintenance construction office. This is the construction office handling maintenance inside Priatin. I don't know if I have this one named correctly. Yes, I do. Did have to buy a lot of vehicles this month. Construction of the power plant is still far away, I imagine, because the 3 vehicles cost that much. There is some pollution again, but it's not reaching the residential buildings, so I think we're fine. Let me set this to 10 workers to make it consistent. Stop having ambulance issues, what's going on? We had one in Duseni and now here. Life expectancy is fair. The ambulance is fully repaired. It does have fuel. I don't know. Not enough people here anymore to run our clothing factory at a higher capacity. Probably time to get a new set of migrants with US dollars and try and repopulate. Run them through the school system and directly into the sweatshop. This is looking good. Crime is being dealt with in both areas. We have 140 uneducated workers, but I did get the 150 new migrants. Some in Svitkov and some in Sezhov right now, so that's still fine. Let's make sure the ones in Svitkov can go to school. Waste storage here is still a problem. Waiting on the resources. This will generate a lot of pollution. Life expectancy here is down to 67. I will add one more waste truck. I do have room for one more waste truck. Let's add a small W50 truck. Instead of having one large truck, I'm just going to spread out the smaller trucks, because they have to drive to some buildings separately at some point until we have the waste storage is set up to combine our waste. That's a good amount of money this month. I appreciate that. Let's check on crime. Both police stations seemed like they were able to handle things now. Court did not issue a verdict for a tiny amount of cases. Let me check that the courthouse in in Slobladsk is not set too low. It is set too low. It doesn't have enough workers here. But it is dealing with most of the cases, just some of them arrive here with not enough. No, it has enough workers. It doesn't need a full complement. All of these cases will get handled unless they arrive with too low of a statute of limitation. So, most of them are being dealt with. No significant issue, except of course that the amount of higher educated workers here is a bit low. And that is still due to low amount of professors. Okay, we will get some highly educated workers, but I will relocate them out of a different area. No, you were barely stable. You had a fresh set of migrants to deal with your own issues. Karabadag is also barely stable. I don't want to touch that area. Duseni is also barely stable, needs more highly educated workers. Yeah, can't relocate anyone. I guess we're just gonna drop a few migrants here. We did make a lot of profit this month. There you go. Go work in the technical university if you want to. I'm not gonna force you, but it's kind of a priority. Crime's sprawling out here again. The police is on the case. For many of them. I wonder if I can unassign the prisons now that I have lowered the amount of required loyalty. Maybe that was all what that was needed. So we'll have two buildings explicitly going to the cableway station now. And the cableway station, if someone gets dropped out of here, goes to the bus stop. And from the bus stop they can access anything pretty much. We even have 7 car owners up here. That should make sure that we don't oversupply the amount of workers to the prisons. And we have a few extra workers for the police station because it's lacking staff to actually work the cases. And the courthouse. Once the courthouse is done, people might move back to the police station. Yeah, get those crimes resolved. Okay. This will of course create more prisoners, but we do have a lot of capacity. I think this will work fine. Spend $250,000 on more highly educated workers. I think that's for the best. Keeping our areas running. For sure. The amount of uneducated workers went down by a lot already. We had 140, now it's 110. Some sickness, that happens. We're working on the sickness by, well, we added another waste truck, but also this waste storage is important. Can you finish constructing that? Kindergarten. I mean, they're not really working the kindergarten sufficiently, which is ridiculous. There would be a lot more workers available. But if I force them, I don't have a bus stop to assign them properly. It should balance itself out over time. There's the waste truck, not sure if it's gonna get here in time. I don't know if that had a spill or not. Well, that should be the last spill. Lifespan went down by 0.03. It's dropping, so that it probably had a spill. Two more work days, and then the waste issues should be over. And an epidemic. Not seriously affecting health, very infectious, long duration. Come on, finish that. Stupid waste storage, it's 2 more work days. I'm forcefully assigning you to go here and finish that construction. That should be enough workers. No more spill, thank you. So that will now catch all of the waste in the area. Good profit, good profit. Very good. So the heating plant is running, it has water now. No one's complaining about no heating. That tells me we should probably switch over the coal from this storage. Get it out of here. Pause the game real quick. Load any coal, wait until loaded. Transport it to the heating plant. Wait until unloaded. And then once you're, like, it only needs like 3 runs, and then we'll move the truck back, I think, on the last trip. We'll demolish this so it doesn't require maintenance. And then we can think about hooking up Svitava to the same heating system with a heat pumping station. Or I built it in range of 1 kilometer. I don't think so though. This is way too long. Yeah, 2 kilometers, 1 heat pumping station in between. Wait, that shifted the measurement tool around. It's over 2 kilometers. We have to be building one heat pumping station in the middle. We might have to build 2 of them. That's fine. Guess we'll build a heat pumping station somewhere here. And then 1 at the bridge, and then 1 inside the center of town, of the former police station area probably. Sounds good. And it could be a large heat pumping station. So we could grow Svidava to a larger settlement if we wanted to. This makes a lot of pollution, I would imagine. Thankfully it doesn't reach our residential areas, at least not yet. But yeah, reducing the pollution overall is probably still a good idea. Okay, second to last trip. After that, we'll move you back to the distribution office when you come back. Or I could just tell you to always move coal. I think I'll do that. We don't need to be in the distribution office. We could add another truck to the distribution office, so we have 1 running at all times and 1 auxiliary truck. We do have another one in this heating plant, right? Yeah, it's an Eastern truck. We're out of money. Good coal. Okay, go to the heating plant, wait until loaded. Afterwards, go here, coal loading, always load, always unload. And when you're done loading, we're going to remove that stop and you can be on your designated route. So it seems like we have a good amount of workers, probably too many even. Maybe just enough. We definitely can have more workers and run a power plant. The power plant requires less workers, fewer workers than the heating plant, so a small cableway station seems to be sufficient for what we are trying to do in this area. It's just going to be costly getting the power plant rebuilt. But we'll get some money back from demolishing the other one, so... We will, however, first build a new power plant before demolishing the other one. Okay, remove that stop. And you're now on your designated route. And we can demolish this one. How's the pollution looking? We are exporting at 20%. Oh man. No heating plant in this area is working brilliantly. There's a little bit of pollution here, but that's like only spreading out from the power plant. I think we can up our export. Let's try 40%. Giving us a little bit extra cash. That will help us relocate the power plant at some point. Also buy new vehicles. Well, I guess we have to buy Eastern vehicles for the other maintenance of this. Do I have a waste storage already built here? I do not. I will need a waste storage because the power plant will make hazardous waste at some point, so... I think here is okay. I guess the small construction office that we put in this area could also do regular construction. because there's not going to be that much stuff here. At least not supposed to be that much stuff. Let's see if these cars have maintenance. They do not. Okay. That would be crazy. I don't know how they would do that. Park them in here, let them get repaired a little bit and send them back out. I guess the maintenance of the cableway cars is included of the maintenance on the cableway station when the building does maintenance, so let's suspend our disbelief that way. Now all we need is this power plant. 200 tons of steel. Steel costs slightly over $1,000 US, I think. 1.5, so that would be 300,000 US for just the steel. That's not that expensive if you compare it to the price in rubles, but it's still something. We would need more workers here again. Right now we're sending a lot of them to the clothing factory. Away from the clothing factory to the cableway station. Our power plant is running more. The pollution is spreading out again. Let's see how it goes. This is the danger zone, basically. This might be in the danger zone. We have to see how much we can push the power plant now. Power plant is the main cause of pollution in this area. Probably can't run it at 100%, but maybe we can increase it to a decent amount. Because selling the oil is pretty worthless for us. This area also kind of screams for, hey, build an oil refinery here. We can make more use of that oil for you. But I find an oil refinery to be too powerful. So I will skip the oil refinery, and I'm also trying to skip the steel mill for as long as possible. I think we're climbing out of the hole very slowly, but I have no proof of that. The only proof I have is that the interest rate stays the same. And at some point I have to combine a bunch of loans again to get the monthly rate down. Yeah, no proof, just a glimmer of hope. We are going to get more migrants for this area again to run our clothing factory at a higher throughput. Let's get 100 migrants this time. Almost all of them having to go to school. And then in this area I can't build anything, but I can check if we can get some migrants. I did unassign residential buildings to not send them to the clothing factory explicitly anymore, but I can get fresh migrants here. That's the wrong one. It made a different sound. Okay, that's 100 extra migrants from third world countries and 20 migrants from the Soviet countries. They will not necessarily go to the clothing factory, but we need to increase our population amount. They can go to the clothing factory from the bus stop, so if there's ever a problem with unemployment in the area, they'll just go to the bus stop and then go to the clothing factory. So we can just fill any building with more workers if we need to. Or even have like buildings down here, up here, that's fine. So we're going to save up, let's say 300,000 US dollars and then start construction of the power plant. It shouldn't take that long. Maybe, I don't know. It will take a while. I guess we could also start the construction with whatever money we have. How much would that sell for in US dollars? Only a fifth. Yeah, it's better in rubles. Anything that is a ratio of 1 to 5, 1 US dollar equals 5 rubles, I think it's better to export in rubles. Anything that's lower than that, so if you get like, basically you get more US dollars for the resources, then it's better to export in US dollars. If it's an equal amount, it's just an awesome resource to export in US dollars. which is almost true for us in the regards to lumber exports. So here you get, okay, you are unloading. This is a 1:2 ratio for wood and lumber, so definitely worth it to export in US dollars instead of rubles. You don't get much for that on the eastern side. I mean, I could start with the groundworks. Sure. Let's do that. We are currently exporting clothing to the western border still. Mosque is the western border. I need to write down a suggestion. What I'm writing down right now is they should probably add the NATO symbol or the Eastern symbol to a customs house that is assigned somewhere. So it's easier to distinguish, is this a customs house to the east or the west? That could be helpful. Okay, do not let anyone walk in here to work here. Everyone goes to the heating plant. But we will start sending materials. Oh, we did 2 bus exports last month. That probably means we are not going to get one this month. I think those buses probably weren't necessary. And that's painful to say in New Karabadak, but yes, they probably had to happen. Let me make sure that the power plant gets sufficient amount of workers at all times. Because we are using it for export now. So we want this power plant to always be fully staffed with the 10 workers that we have set, so we don't get rolling blackouts. Just need to have a consistent amount of workers here. And the rest will go to the bus stop and then from there to where they need to go. I might in the future design areas with heating plant and power plants, probably always with a cableway station in mind. They're really neat. They don't cost any fuel. They are better than a bus station, I think, a bus route. Unless you have another heavy industry there. If you're having buildings with 30 or fewer workers, then cableway station is probably better. Less versatility, of course. You can't just add another bus stop to it. You can't expand the cableway station from it. It's basically a set route with 2 buildings and an investment on some cheap cableway cars, and that's it. Definitely worth it. Let's make sure we don't run over the pollution limit in this area. It's creeping outwards, but it's still not next to our residential buildings, so it should be fine. The clothing factory is not even on the radar anymore. There's a little bit of a yellowish tint in those green spots, but yeah, not much. Let's take out another loan. Don't want to get into the penalties. We're over 110 million rubles in loan that we can take out. We still have 30 million available, so things are all okay-ish. Definitely could be better though. Once we start combining loans again, which will take a while, the monthly rate is going to drop down. Yeah. Maybe I can throw in a short-term loan at some point, but they are really expensive. And they basically don't do anything for us. Like, we're paying so much money that a short-term loan is basically just going to cost us. I wonder if the inflation rate is at this point already higher than the interest rate. I don't know how much the price of resources is going up. If I switch this to a different year, it does not show me the price of the past. So I would have to take a look and make a guess myself, or write down a price and check in a year and see what the actual inflation is of the resource. So if we check, for example, for 5 years, fabric was 7,000 rubles. Now it's almost 10,000. That's an inflation of more than 5% per year, isn't it? 10% would be 70 rubles times 5. No, that doesn't add up. Taking out loans might be more profitable now than... yeah. I don't know. Okay, crime has been resolved here. At least the police has caught up with things. That means they might send some more workers to the university again. Still lacking a few party officials. The school is overstaffed as well, but yeah, I think this is okay. Secret police has a few workers. Over here, police is done with things. Secret police. Amount of higher educated workers seems okay. Have to keep an eye on things. Probably set one building to accept only highly educated workers with high loyalty. Maybe one of these. They have better quality of flats. I guess the quality is the same right now. But this one has a higher... okay, this one even has a higher wear and tear. Sure, leave this one open for university educated folk. We always have a place for them to come into this area. I don't think we need this over here. I guess we also don't really need this over here because we do have a bus route that educates the citizens. As long as they're loyal enough. Why did you not refuel? You have an end station. The end station is out of fuel. The end station is not getting supplied with fuel. So... who's supplying fuel? Karabadak. Sure. Bring fuel to that end station. You're not doing that anymore. You're doing that. You are loading fuel not from the customs house, but from a storage. But we don't have that storage yet. The storage is all the way over here. Yes, you're still importing from the customs house. That's fine then. At some point when we have a storage here and distribute the fuel maybe in from the western border, we need to switch that over. But yeah, definitely bring some fuel here. The bus route must be consistent. So, do we have stable universities again? This is looking pretty good. Still maybe too early for research. This one would be able to do a research, I think. Do I want to trigger bauxite purification? I think it would be good to have it. It is probably the most likely construction to happen on the eastern border. I don't know if it would increase our profits by much. Should I get the steel production just to have it as an option? Should I reduce pollution? Should I finally start going towards electronics? I would require another settlement. Basically needs 3 researchers. We might also have to get the plastics research, which is basically 4 researchers in total. I think bauxite would be more consistent with our challenge. And then I could get some more bauxite mines. We'll do bauxite purification. And then the last research, let me scratch that one off. The last research would probably be the steel mill, because steel is getting really expensive. While we can't do much about fuel prices, except trying to switch to the west. Yeah, the fuel is like a factor of 6 almost. One fuel in rubles would buy us 6 fuel in dollars, if it was an equal 1-to-1 ratio. That's like oil is 1-to-4 and fuel is 1-to-6. We could presumably have a truck drive around and switch oil on the border and fuel on the border for a profit. It's that bad. We need to import fuel from the west, but then the price is probably gonna go up. Maybe we can have a ship go to the western border. I don't know. To a huge import of fuel at some point. Okay, we'll keep our construction to the western border for now. We are researching a bauxite processing plant because the pollution it generates is very low and we can throw it down on Svitcove as an intermediate product for the workers there, if they are bored. And then expand our bauxite processing area with more mines and some transportation down to the harbor area. Okay, so after the concrete has been used up, pouring concrete phase will probably start, which might need a bit of steel. We'll see. We have 2/3 of the way of the money we need to get the steel purchased. We still have a loan to pay back, but we can fully start that out with electricity exports once the power plant is up. I do not want to take out another loan to get the power plant built, however. Other than that, I think we might need another excavator. We only have one excavator in the area and it's annoying me. Oh no, we have 2 of them. One is being transported right now to the gas power plant. Okay, no, 2 excavators is fine for the area. I wish they would use one for the construction office here, but it's okay. Okay, that cableway station would not work in real life. No, would it? Oh my, no it would not. It kinda makes me want to rebuild the power line just so it makes sense. Currently do not need this power line to the eastern border. And it looks weird, cutting through the cableway station. This might be money wasted, but I think it's deserved to rebuild this. We'll put the power line over here and hook it up in this line instead, I think. What if I just relocate it slightly further to the side? Does that work? Because it could go over this one. That one would look fine, I think. Maybe. I don't actually know. So from here approximately to here, and then coming down this way. That would work, it's hard to see. Yeah, that would work. Especially if we move the power pole closer. Alright, let's do that. Let's remove... okay. It's trying to remove every power line I ever have built here. So... that one, please. Do not remove any of these. Good. And then... we'll try and put the wire here and go as close to the building as possible, cutting across here. So from here to back into the power line, I think. only needing to demolish this one. Assign it to the demolition office. And that's just for aesthetics. Like, it's working fine right now, but I want this to look proper. To my standards, at least. I could widen this, and I could just say we go to here instead, but no, this is better, because then I can have the full power output of the power plant through 2 high voltage wires to here, and then I could even spread the electricity export to 2 different locations. I know this only makes like 17 megawatts, but what if we had 2 gas power plants? Have you ever thought about that? Because right now I think we are making so much fuel that 2 gas power plants could be possible. I don't know what the impact on the pollution would be. It would probably be pretty bad. But yeah, this will give us the ability to, well, will it? We can have 2 more wires connect in here. No, it won't. Never mind. It's not gonna be 2 gas power plants on that area. I'm just gonna use the underground wires because they are easier to place here. Can't use an excavator for this. So they're easier to build to, but harder to dig out. At least it doesn't take too long either, even without mechanisms. I don't want to pick up any worker from this area. I'm basically throwing 1 whole building here out of 3 buildings that sends the remaining workers to the bus stop for those that can't go to the power plant, and then 50% of that building. So if I start using these for construction purposes, the town would basically turn into a ghost town. For lack of workers running the normal buildings. Looks like we won't need the excavator for the maintenance construction office here. It's really a shame that our asphalt and concrete plant don't get enough workers. I will set up prison buses, I think. We do have 2 prisons with sufficient number of workers. Involuntary workers, but still. Why are you here? You're a replacement vehicle. You can go back into... Oh, that's a waste truck. I thought that was a dump truck. We're gonna get 3 prison buses per. I don't think there are Western prison buses. Because there's no crime in the West, so they don't know these things. I will stick with these. They do not cost 3 times as much, but they have 3 times the carrying capacity. And then 1 prison bus route for each building, basically. Oh, last time I realized something. Last time I realized that if you take a prison bus, you can assign it to a passenger route. So this one you can assign to any route, even the ones that are workers. So I was wondering, usually you can't say prison buses use a bus end station. We don't have an end station here, unfortunately. But my idea was, if I can't assign it to an end station, maybe they changed it. No. So if I can't assign a prison bus to an end station, what if I created a line first that was just an end station? And then I basically want to use prison buses in the way that they go to an end station. And then you go to the prison. And then you go to the industry. And then we try and get that line assigned to the prison buses. Prison buses with bus end station. I hope that they refuel. I don't know if they will, but We can't run them right now because the end station is way too far away. So I will have to set up an end station. The end station will make sense on this side before vehicles enter the bus stop. And since we have multiple prison bus routes, I think I'll use a larger end station. These thankfully do not cost that much steel. We're out of money. So maybe we can do some shenanigans with the bus routes. Where are the other 3 prison buses? I did get 6 of them, right? Don't tell me you're going to that end station right now. What are you? A school bus. You don't have enough vehicles anymore. From where? Oh, from Carsachstan. I guess that's fine. No, that should be okay. 1 bus is okay. Actually, no, it's not. But I did get 6 prison buses. Where are they? They are new. Okay. Road depot. Clothing factory. You are a replacement 1, okay. Did I only buy 3? Maybe I didn't have the money to buy 6? I thought I bought 6. There's no vehicles in here, but they wouldn't get bought here because they are an eastern vehicle, and there's no vehicles in here. I don't know. I guess I only bought 3 then. What the hell are you doing here? What? How? A replacement vehicle probably? Got purchased here because it's closer to that border? I'm confused. Also, where's the other? Oh, I see what happened. I think it used replacement vehicles from here. So they went away and the other prison routes got them. That's why they started driving away from here. Okay, makes sense. You also used my vehicle on that route, I guess. Wait, does it not purchase them anymore? Prison bus, prison bus. A lot of personal vehicles getting scrapped right now. And we're not building any new ones. I don't know what end station I used. Not you. I guess the other line got disbanded when it used the vehicle. That's unfortunate. Oh no, it was a custom line. Vehicle exports. No. Oh yes, this one. That's the one. And it has 3 prison buses assigned. And they're driving around right now. Oh my god. I did not realize that. Please go to the depot. That's a ridiculous end station to have. Okay, we did have 3 prison buses. They were just already on the way. That's weird. I guess I assigned them when they were still entering. Or they were leaving for fuel or something. Okay, we will set up that route without the end station, and I'll make a proper line after. If they can use the end station. I still don't know if they can. Enable line spacing for the time being and just bring workers to the concrete plant and the asphalt plant. We're gonna assign all prison buses there. So, prison, second prison, load, unload concrete plant, go back, load prisoners, and then asphalt plant. Do that. End station for prison bus, since when that work? It doesn't. I am trying to break the game again. Because I realized that when you do this, you can assign it to any bus route. So now we have a prison bus on the bus route that does student transportation. And these routes can have end stations. So my idea was to try and set up a prison bus route where the end station is enabled. I'm going to go to the eastern side and try and see if it works. They might not refuel, but I'm trying to. So there might be a workaround to do it. We don't have an end station here, but we do have one somewhere. I guess when you come back from... I really want an end station. I will need to test if it works first. I will still build that cheap end station on the western side just to have it for the school buses, but let's see. I also realized that the end station that I built on the western border might not be well placed. Let's use any prison bus route. Any. Let's use you, for example. You go to... Let's use the one that goes to the brick factory. So we can't, to this, assign an end station, for example, the one that we have here. That does not work. But we can make a custom line that goes end station to prison to brick factory. It allows that. And now can we assign a prison bus here? You're going to the prison right now. Well, what if I told you? Assign yourself to that line. Oh, it can only assign itself to passenger lines. Then we need to assign any other vehicle here. Also, I need to start the music up again. Ran out. Oops, sorry. Needs to start from the beginning. Thank you. We need to turn this into a Wait, do I need to do that? Can I not just go custom line? Assign to vehicle? Yes, I can. Okay, we need to wait for, or we need to find a prisoner bus. You're trying to get to the prison right now? We will use you. Custom route. There you go. And now we'll break the game. You're currently heading to the end station. Will you refuel? Will this be our prison bus route that uses end stations? Because that will be a huge change. It means we can fully optimize prison transportation. Or will it do something weird? All we need is for it to refuel. It did flip this correctly to prisoners now. This is for testing, so it goes to an end station that is not well placed. I think it drove past the end station. It might already still had the task on going to the prison, so I just gave it the order to go to the end station once again. So it has to turn around and drive there. But if this works... Yeah, before everything breaks now. Nah. Okay. I will probably post that in Discord just so they have so people can use that. Because I think that's a really good thing. If this breaks everything, that would be hilarious. Alright. So the end station should be next to Carsachstan. So they have to get off here, turn around, and then go to the end station. Yeah, I'll post a guide on their Discord, because this could be really useful. So now here's the point. Do you refuel? Yes. Yes, you do. Boys, we got prison buses with end stations. And so far the game hasn't died yet. I think we did it. Okay. So at some point when we are allowed to build stuff again, we can set up an end station closer to here, but for the time being I think we can just assign all of the prison buses to that line. So now it should be this one. Yeah, just assign yourself to it. Perfect. 2 vehicles. Now it gets tricky, but I think it's that one. Yep. And that one. So you have to use a custom line for that to work. And now they should do line spacing and always travel at full road speed. Caravak. And the second prison sends them to the power plant and the clothing factory, so for that one I don't think we need it yet, but once we have an end station here we can route both of them through that. Let's hope nothing dies. Let's hope everything keeps running the way it should. You really need to get some repairs. Well, it changes a lot of things, like prison routes are now going to become really efficient from everywhere. So we have a prison bus route here, going to the scrapping facility, where I set a lot of prison buses because they were basically driving around really slowly. They can basically use the same end station. So this is now slowly line spacing itself. We might have to set up proper end stations everywhere to make use of that functionality. So after the scrapping facility we could set up. Also the other thing is that will happen is with the end station, like with school buses, if a school bus or any bus drives to a bus stop, loads people or tries to load people, and then only has bus stops after that where it doesn't load any more people. So if it tries to load at the first stop, but it doesn't load anyone, it will go back to the end station immediately. That means if we have an end station next to these prisons, they will probably, and they go here, try to load, don't get anyone, they probably go back to the end station and then try and keep doing that until they actually load prisoners. So this will revolutionize prison labor. This is exactly what was necessary. We do have 2 prisons here. I think the end station here can already happen. I think I'm gonna spent the exorbitant amount of money that we have to do to get an end station in Slobodatsk. It's for the incinerator. The incinerator will benefit from that. And it will be a large end station because there's 2 prison bus routes here. We might need a town with a proper prison now. Let's keep those as asphalt, that's fine. Cool. I thought about that yesterday and was wondering, like, thinking about it, could it work? And I just remembered, and yes, it does. That's so cool. Okay, what the hell? I'm gonna get an end station here too. They are cheap. And they are only really intended for prisoners. Now I'll have to get refueled, that's fine. And yeah, the end station next to Svidava definitely will work once it has been built. So it mostly needs groundworks, but then tiny amount of resources for the building itself. This will be awesome. Let's check our route. Custom line. Prisoners from Svidava. Heating plant stopping to work, that's fine. Well, there was a fire, probably a very dangerous one. No, just a farm. So we have our prison bus route here. We still have 2 extra prison buses we can put on that. We will have to go through the end station twice for this. And I believe I won't be able to assign the end station, so I will have to redo this route. But basically we're having all of the prisons in one route, going to all of the industries. I guess I should just go prison 2, concrete, asphalt plant, and then back. I don't need to swap between concrete and asphalt. Just get rid of these stops. That might mean that the concrete plant gets a lot more workers than the asphalt plant, but I think these prison buses are going to run full on workers most of the time. And we might have to send them to an industry after. Like the clothing factory. But really all I want to do is make the asphalt and concrete plant work in this area to reduce the cost and make our maintenance reliable. Speaking of maintenance, you're still not done. They have started the construction of the power plant though. Yeah, keep going I guess. We need more money. We can borrow 32.5 million now, so the amount went up. But our total amount owed is going higher and higher. How's the pollution looking? Can we increase it more? It's creeping out there. It's at the cusp. Pollution is over here. I don't think we can increase it anymore. Maybe in an emergency if we need the money, but no, I think we have to relocate the power plant first. Getting that money will take a while. We could do a reverse import from the eastern side to the western side to get the money. Or just to get the steel, I guess. Okay, let me know when that end station finishes construction and we'll relocate the prison buses onto that route. Also when that one finishes. And the one in Slobodatsk. I think the prison in Duseni is a single prison that will just run through an existing end station somewhere where it goes. You are going to the scrapping facility. So is there an end station somewhere from another settlement that it makes sense to go to? Not really. We could send you out to this end station, but then the way back is awkward. I mean, I'm probably going to reduce the amount of prison buses going to the scrapping facility and sending more to other facilities like the incinerator. Or just reduce the amount of prison buses so we have to use less and replace fewer of them every time. Yeah, I think Duceni is probably also going to get a bus end station next to the prison. So they try and load someone and then they come from an end station, try and load someone. Also, we can use that end station for the school buses. Speaking of the school buses, we don't have an end station for Pidansk. How many are you going to? Zhezhov, Pidansk and Duceni. And there is an end station here, we could use that one for the prison buses. There's only one school bus route here. And there's 2 waiting places. So it would be a little bit of an extra distance to go to the prison and then back or to the industry. But basically when they come back they travel the main road all the way here and then go to the end station, refuel and then come back down, so it wouldn't be the worst. We'll make that route. So this is for the scrapyard. End station to prison, loading into scrapyard, unloading. I need to find a naming convention that makes sense. Prisoners, where to where. I think that's good. So whenever I search for the prisoner routes, I just look for prisoner instead of looking for the name of the city first. And now we need to find the prison buses, for example you. And we'll set the line to you. And now this line has updated to be a prisoner line route. And then we'll wait, see how long how frequent the line runs. And we'll add as many prison buses as necessary and put the other prison buses into a depot for repairs and replacement. So for Duceni we don't need to run an extra end station. And then we don't have any other prisons here. The supply of prisoners is not consistent. We do get a lot of extra prisoners because we had a lot of extra crime, but that also came from a lot of extra escapes from prison. Or do I take out another loan to get the power plant built? 30,000 per month? No, let's not get another loan, let's just slowly work towards it. Oh man. Now if I were using bus routes to bring worker to industries, I wonder if I could combine prison buses with regular buses. I assume you can't load prisoners in these. Okay, we'll put you on the prisoner to Duceni to scrapyard route. Prisoners, Karabadak to brick factory, brickyard. This one takes 600 seconds, so we would need 10 buses to run this consistently, but all I want is like basically this to work a little bit more regularly. I don't need a full complement of workers there, it's not a critical infrastructure. And then we have prison workers. This is an old line that will get replaced. Prisoners, Svidava. This is also an old line that will get replaced once we have the end station done. Okay, I think this is the right way forward. I guess we can already relocate all the vehicles and maybe then cut down the amount if necessary. I think that window appeared outside of the screen. Couldn't click it. There it is. Scrapyard. Come on, autosave. Thank you. I definitely need to save the game on a different save and make sure it does load fine. Not that it prevents us from loading the save game. That would be bad. Cool. Tiny amount of resources necessary. Some wood, some steel, then we have the end station. And then we can run our construction industry down here with prisoners reliably. I will probably set it up in a way where it alternates between the industries, just to put a full complement of workers to every industry. So it goes like both prisons to concrete plant to clothing plant, and then the same thing but for the asphalt plant. So we always make use of all of our workers. They can't be a strain on our society. They must work. Fresh concrete and asphalt, only from here. Where are you getting the gravel from? No gravel because... oh yeah, you don't have the vehicles for that anyway. I did unassign that for that reason. Never mind. I have to change this construction office instead. So yeah. We found a solution. I mean, I could have used prison buses earlier, but didn't feel like it. End station is almost done. Oh god, now I have a weird idea. This could also break the game. We're gonna try something different. Let me get a prison bus from the scrapyard. You look very healthy. So you are gonna go into storage. And we are going to make a new custom line. Duceni. I guess this doesn't really matter, but prison. Vehicle plant. Now you might know where I'm going with this, because this is technically not possible. I don't know what's going to happen. I will drop another save. Let's put that as number 1. And we're going to assign the prison bus to this. And see if it can transport prisoners to the vehicle factory. It does say the vehicle plant has it. Normally, if you have a prison route, you can't say vehicle plant. So, can we increase our vehicle production by a lot now? It did not load any workers. It might realize that it cannot bring any prisoners to the vehicle plant, so this might just be a futile effort. But it is definitely something that needs to get reported, so I assume that even though it says unload prisoners here, it does not actually allow you to have prisoners, because I assume we would already have loaded any prisoner otherwise. Like, we need to wait for one prisoner bus to head here. We're going to continuously try, and then you're going to turn around, and right before the other prison bus you will arrive, and this prison bus will show us that yes, there are indeed prisoners waiting here to work. So it was an interesting idea, but it does not work. So you are going to go back onto the scrapyard line. 600 seconds, 6 prison buses, that's fine. The scrapyard is in the same area of we wanted to run more frequently, but not at all times. The Karadak distribution office with its oil tanker needs to handle this now as well. This one's getting pretty busy with all of the gas stations. Okay, so now our prison bus routes from here to the power plant, clothing factory, and whatever this one was. Prison workers. Just, is that the same one? Brick factory, right? Yeah, brickyard. We'll switch that custom route. Can you edit a custom route that already has an end station? No, you cannot. As soon as prison buses are assigned, you can't switch that. So I guess I could unassign the prison buses to edit the route, but I'm just gonna make a new one. I'm gonna make 2 new ones. Here to power plant to clothing factory. Sorry, we also need the prison. Power plant to prison. So this is, the main purpose is the power plant. The clothing factory is just for the overflow. And you are, what was the other one? Brickyard. Which already has an end station, but we need to redo it with this end station instead. Load prisoners and go to the brickyard. Okay, and now we would need to reassign all of the prison buses. And the end station in Swidava is also done, so we'll do that momentarily. Let's open up this route. Let's do the prisoners. Oh, it's a custom route. Right. I need to get the route first and then assign it to a prison bus before it becomes available here. Let's go to a prison bus. Let's find the custom line, prisoners, power plant. There you go. And now we should be able to do it with the rest of the buses from the route directly. Prisoners, power plant, there you go. Next one. There you go. Okay, that makes this route obsolete. So the prison workers route can be removed because it's now empty. And now we do the same for the brickyard. That is the wrong one. We'll need a prison bus. Prison to brickyard, this one. Alright, let's get the old route again. And relocate all the prison buses. You're obsolete. So now we have our Karabadak end station on the route for the brickyard as well. They might even be able to get repairs here. I wonder if there's any bug that makes it so this shouldn't be used. But right now it feels like really useful. We're gonna find out, I guess. Svidava end station is also done. I don't think we have an oil tanker in here. We do have one. So you need to supply fuel to this end station. And we need to create another custom prison bus route. Going here, both prisons to here. Back to the end station, both prisons to here. And then after each factory, you have the clothing factory on your route, just as an overflow. Prisoners in Svidava to the construction office industry that I just removed because I clicked the wrong button. Okay. And now we need to reassign the prison buses. I have the route open, so you get that one. And now we can do the remainder of them from the route menu here. That. Assign to line, prisoners, Svidava to CO industry. And that means this one can be removed. And this should have been one route for both of them. So now they are all running and spreading out among this route with the use of an end station. That does not have power supply, so it can't have fuel right now. Thankfully, with my smart pre-planning, I left enough room to put another power connection down in this huge town. So the other power connection is here. I'll just drop it down on the road. So very clever. I left exactly enough room to put a power line here as expected. And that will be useful for refueling, but otherwise the buses will already run at full speed. It's just going to be nice to have the ability to refuel them here. It'll take a while to spread out. But yeah, this is excellent. Basically we have two routes running in parallel. Sometimes they will probably have to go to the clothing factory if the concrete plant is full. Or the asphalt plant for that matter. The end station is also placed a little bit awkwardly. We could place a road here, where the power line currently is, and give them the option to go here, but no, this is well placed, because there might be more settlements down in this area, and then the school buses will... Well, I guess no school bus will go to the end station before going to the bus stop. No, this is just prison buses. Maybe there's a few bugs with the end station, and that's why they're not using it. Well, we can definitely supply prisoners to anywhere in our nation now. Where will you go? Are you... Where are you going? Svidava. That is not Svidava. Go back. Go back to the end station. Svidava, Kaisina, Prietin. Well, I'm sure this one's going to figure things out at some point. Slopolatsk end station is also done. This one will need fuel. Even with that bug, I am feeling confident in just continuing to use that functionality. Where is our distribution office? Construction, technical services. Is it that one? Yeah. We have a large one in this area. Cannot assign more buildings. Okay, we will unassign these large structures that aren't technically necessary. Prisons are necessary. Pub, shopping center. Yeah, these ones are not. Okay, the construction offices that does have excavators and stuff in them are necessary, but like concrete mixers, you have still these ones assigned. Get both of them out of here. These are just buses and road cranes, that's fine. Alright. Supply fuel to the end station, please. We will probably put down a gas station here somewhere. There's more microbuses. Okay, and then the prison bus route here. One of them going to the incinerator and one of them going to the scrapping facility too. I don't think we need that many scrap yards workers. That's a large amount of workers right now. I mean, maybe we do. Maybe because we did that, we were able to deal with all of our scrapping tasks. Regardless, first route is going to be the incinerator. I mean, we can use both prisons for the same thing, like whichever you find is fine. And then you go to the incinerator. And then it will basically balance itself between all tasks. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. We should do that for Karabadak too. Use both prisons on both routes. Then we can shift vehicles around. Instead of like saying that building does that, that building does that. I think that makes a lot more sense. So we'll take one prison bus. Get our custom route for prisoners Slopolatsk to incinerator and assign you. And you are now going to do just that. Both prisons into the incinerator. And then we'll make another prison bus route that does both prisons into the scrapyard. Oh, yep, I was continuing to type. Scrapyard. Okay. And we said like 4 extra prison buses to the incinerator. Where's... oh, the scrapyard needs a dedicated prison bus. Just a second. Custom line. Go here. Where are you? There you are. Prisoners. Slopo, that's to scrapyard. Okay. Now we can try and shift all of them around. So you go to the incinerator. And then we have a few extra for the scrapyard. I don't think we need that many. Though that line is still the incinerator. So a few to the scrapyard and 1 extra to the incinerator, I'd say. 4 in the scrapyard, 5 to the incinerator. The incinerator is going to become more critical faster when it stops working. That line was our vehicle production test, and that line is our vehicle exports, which is also obsolete. All other lines are being used. Okay, so now we should be using a lot of prisoners for everything. Cool. Travel distance should not be the issue. Oh, I guess these ones were in here for... this one person was in here for a very long time, so they are going to jump out and walk home. But yeah, maybe we get a better efficiency on prisoners working. Apparently 73% are not working, but I don't think that's true. So we should do the same thing here. Just modify the existing routes. So prison after the end station at the other prison. Make workers get in here too. And then for the other route do the same thing and at the other prison. That could theoretically make it so that one prison bus doesn't get any workers. But all they are going to do is go back to the end station and wait and go out again. So I think this is the ideal setup. If they arrive at the same time and don't get any workers in both prisons, then yeah. Why are you traveling here? Oh wait, they do need maintenance? Sneaky, sneaky. Alright, screenshot time. Cableway poles do need maintenance, but do not show it. Okay, a screenshot has been made. Let me write that down. So they aren't cheaper. I don't know how much maintenance they need. I don't know how much steel you transported. 2%. 2%, so 0.23 tons, okay. So maybe there's a bug with end stations that they tried to fix, and this workaround makes them use the end stations before that, but yeah, definitely something that should probably be in the game if they can work it in. I could also combine both routes into one, alternating between the power plant and the brickyard, but then the brickyard could get more workers. It could be weird. I think separating the destinations out still makes sense, but combining the prisons together works well. Power plant, 3 workers, sure. Okay. On the western border, we're basically paying a lot of extra interest for having no money. I will take out another small loan to finish the power plant and get rid of the penalty rates. We will be exporting electricity to the west, so that should work out for us. Let's check the pollution. Oh, it's very good. It's still creeping up to here, so I don't think we can increase the amount of production, but yeah, it seems fine. Not sure what it's combining with up here. Maybe the heating plant? But then it's all green here, so it shouldn't be. I don't know. Might be some weird overlap of either pollution. Okay, so the concrete should now only be gotten domestically from our own concrete plants, which will occasionally receive a prison bus full of workers. You're driving 30 kilometers an hour, even though you have end stations. You shouldn't line space by slowing down. I think there might be... Maybe because you were last assigned with a route that had line spacing, maybe you are behaving weirdly. But yeah, those prison buses are stacked with workers. Hopefully they can get to the clothing factory still. Are all prison buses doing that? I mean, I had them all on a route that had line spacing enabled. Maybe I need to get them out of here first. I think the prison buses in other areas were running full speed. You are driving faster. You are definitely driving faster. Not through this area because it's like... Yeah, you are driving fast enough. Okay, let's turn this into a regular old route to speed up the prison buses through here. Okay, so maybe it's only affecting that one prison bus. I don't know if it was damaged or not, but the rest seems fine. Yeah, they are fine. Okay, never mind then. We'll just leave them be. So we will have a steady supply of workers in the asphalt and concrete plant now. It will not be consistent, like there might be times where there's no worker in there, but it will definitely be enough workers to run as many trucks as we have. Let me check the prison route. We basically need to cut that in half because it's 2 routes combined. So about 600, so if we had 10 prison buses we would be fine. Alternatively we could make an end station here and shorten the whole travel route by a lot. This is poorly placed from bad planning. So we would need an end station here, but there's no... Okay, here, there would be a power connection if I place it here. Maybe that would be better. Regardless, we'll use that one and probably just put a road here. This intersection looks so weird. Can I... That looks a little bit better. We'll use that. It's only gravel, so an excavator will just spread out the gravel and that road will be free. Don't have to change anything on our route, and the buses will probably prefer that road. And then on their way back, maybe use that one instead of going around here. In any case, this should... If they don't, I will make this into an asphalt road, but gravel should be fine too. Okay, once we have all of the resources here, I guess I will open up this place for workers to walk into the construction site. Speed up the building construction a bit. And yeah, we'll relocate the power plant too. We'll get another pollution monitoring station in this area at some point. We have a waste storage for hazardous waste. And then we should be able to crank up the power plant to full capacity at all times. Which should give us a lot more money from the oil. And then we can pay back our Western loans again that we had to take out to make that change. And also to get mostly to get the license for the Mars 305 bus that we are currently only exporting into rubles. But it was worth it. I could set up the route that exports the Mars 305 bus to, after the export, load steel and then unload steel. So every exported Mars 305 bus would basically be a truckload full of steel instead of cash. That would probably save even more money. But we should import it from the western border. We need to repay that loan first. Need more steel. 2 more deliveries for the current phase. The trucks will bring in a lot if they decide to go here. Right now they're doing other things apparently. Well, trucks. A single truck that we have currently carrying an excavator. Let me transport our cableway truck into the... No, that's the bad type of truck. To go back. Or is it? No, that's resources. Resources, fine. Yeah, you're the right type of truck. My bad. We need a different truck carrying cableway cars, is what we need. You should be in the construction office, mostly transporting resources to construction sites. And right now you should be really going to pick up steel. But I guess you can haul the excavators to the roads. And haul the steel to the new power plant later. Prison safety is pretty good, and yes, we'll use the concept of we'll use the concept of making sure creatine to Svidava. Why did you... what? Why are you all the way down there? Is it because a replacement vehicle got here? I don't know. Shouldn't there be a fuel station on this way somewhere? I guess you were in a place where none was available. Do you have fuel now? Oh, this gas station is empty. The Svidava distribution office is out of fuel. You're currently hauling fuel to the storage. Do we have a gas station here? Doesn't look like it. We need to make sure we don't run out of fuel in this area. That seems to be dangerous right now. I do have another tanker on one of the lines transporting oil. We're currently in the pump jack, so we'll take the one that is currently heading for a customs house and turn it into a route importing some fuel right now. So you will continue going to the customs house. Unloading oil, loading fuel, and then bringing the fuel to the gas station, and then the tank, and then go to the depot. You still have enough fuel where that should be fine. And after you've done your job, we'll probably put you into the distribution office. Apparently, we ran our fuel capacity a little bit short. Like, probably in this distribution office actually. And then we can use you for fuel distribution to the local areas. Still need a gas station here. So there's a little bit of overlap on fuel supply. Unload here, load also from the storage if necessary. Well, I guess you're just loading from the border. And you'll grab the fuel from the customs house once we can assign it. Okay, that will bring us fuel. Did not realize this ran empty. Okay, it got some fuel supply again. Yeah, we'll unload it into the storage tank and then put you back into a distribution office. Meanwhile, the power plant's probably getting close to completion. The money being used is quite high, so I assume we bought some more steel. Don't have a breakdown now. We'll wait until you get repaired and then move you into the distribution office. Okay, there's not going to be any oil left for the other storage, so it's going to move to the depot right away. And now we'll set it to repairs. And once it's done, we'll relocate it. You can go out, as can you. You are waiting. I don't know if I can start unassigning you to go wherever you want to go. Still worried about it. Construction. The amount of highly educated workers we have is looking really bad. I think with the... Okay, the amount of prisoners is also shooting up fairly high. We might have to set up another prison somewhere. Or it's just like all of the escapes getting put back into prison with the new prisoners that we had from like regular operations, and it's gonna start dropping again. I could also lower the prison sentences again. I mean, I did raise them. But more workers is good. Once the reconstruction is done, we'll see if we need to make a change. If we need to get some more migrants or not. Maybe I should relocate some people over into these buildings and get some more highly educated workers. Okay, that gave me room for 10. $50 low education workers. I don't... I think they might be... Okay, they're from here. So our school is also running out of capacity. We need more teachers. I will empty out part of this building. It's mostly regularly educated workers, and drop them into Slopolatsk, I think. Maybe Prioritin. They probably need a few extra workers anyway. And then get a fresh set of highly educated workers here, 100 extra, to deal with teaching and so on. That was costly, but yeah, has to be done. We have to do that every now and then. Our society is based on work rotation. We're not rotating the work, but we're rotating the workers. Out of the Republic into the Republic. And that costs a lot of money. So how is our construction industry on this side doing now? Missing workers, missing workers. Where are the prison buses? Maybe I do need more. Or maybe I need to shorten that route. To separate the route. Separate the amount of prison buses into 2 different routes. Or I should just really drive to the asphalt and then the concrete plant and skip the clothing factory. Because they have a lot of workers, but the clothing factory adds a lot to the route distance. So we are going to halve the distance here. And instead of... Yeah, we're going to do that. That should halve the distance of the route. And yeah, the clothing factory is still going to be the overflow. But it should put all workers to the industries first. I hope it can unload prisoners. I'm a little bit worried that I couldn't select that prison bus. It might have been the one that drove off the map. That one? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I can select all of them. Maybe there's some inconsistency with line spacing that causes this. Seems like they are line spacing fine though. So you unloaded prisoners in the concrete and the asphalt plant, and now you're going to the clothing factory. And another prison bus should be on its way here. Oh, first loading prisoners apparently. That's good enough for the asphalt and concrete plant, but not good enough to go to the clothing factory. I need to rebuild that end station. I need to have it here. Closer to the prisons. That route is a little bit unfortunate. But at least they are cheap to build. As soon as the power plant is up and we have an income again, relocating that end station, or building the additional end station will be fine. Okay, this one will need 70,000 US dollars. So the amount of money might be enough to build everything. Just waiting on the remaining concrete. Our maintenance office also has been built. It will receive all of the vehicles from this maintenance office, because this has higher priority infrastructure, so probably a good idea to have the best vehicles there. Copy source settings over. Change the workplace. Set the tasks. I guess any construction is fine. No. No, we have dedicated construction offices. You are only doing maintenance. And you actually can reach this town, so that means we need this one barely, but I guess we need it. We're going to get some eastern vehicles. I'm going to search for W50, so covered, dumper, open, loan. I didn't buy the open, right? Yeah. Open, crane. And then the mixer and the... I was going to say the other vehicles we can buy from the west, because we have a concrete mixer. Star truck. These ones can be recolored, they're clearly superior. It's a maintenance vehicle. I'm going to go for the cheap one. And then a bus. And we're going to use the Mars 309 for maintenance work. Okay. 3 more concrete deliveries with our existing mixers. We will assign the maintenance office to help with the construction of that. And then we'll have our power plant soon. Okay. Some vehicle purchases. 1/3 of a million. Let's check on our... I mean, the power plant probably doesn't have that many prisoners, because it's like a steady supply of regular workers. So most of them will go to the clothing factory and should make us a lot more profit on export. I guess another target for some prisoners could be a vehicle repair station, if they allow that. Like if I take a prisoner, prison bus, a repair station would be a valid target for a repair station. How many workers are we getting on the brick factory? Plenty. How many on... Well, the prefab panel factory has enough workers living here locally, but Brospin was struggling a bit. As our first experimental town, we can unassign you. Yeah, we can unassign you. You can do whatever you want, except maybe the fire station, but I'm sure some of you will go to the fire station, right? It's mostly regularly educated workers. They might not, they might just all take their car and drive out of here. And we rely on firefighters from people driving here by car. I don't know. We'll try it this way. They will use their car and be happier elsewhere. And the incinerator. Decent number of workers. Also a lot of regular workers. Where are those coming from? Wow. We have a lot of people driving here by car now or something. It's only prisoners going here. That's amazing. We almost have the incinerator fully staffed. Man, we could have so many more waste imports. So, waste will not be an issue as long as the transportation to the incinerator is not the issue. How's the price for hazardous waste these days? It went down quite a bit. We had it at 16,000 earlier, now it's 10,000, but I think it's still good. mostly incinerates only trash, and then we don't need to pay any export costs. Okay, the amount of university students in this area is surprisingly low. I need more highly educated workers. That was very expensive. But I think this area has to stabilize. We can't run a slow loyalty system. We have to run it full tilt. 8 workers here. Make sure the police station keeps running efficiently. Make sure our clinic is operational. I think this was necessary. I might have to build a school locally here. 2 reconstructions in progress by the maintenance construction office from Strokoro. I see no resource deliveries here. I see resource deliveries on that side. So it looks like the... wait, Strokoro. I guess I renamed it Strokoro. Shouldn't this one also be in range? Oh, it's barely not. Okay. So the happiness of these citizens will drop down quite low until all the resource deliveries are made, and they are very far resource deliveries. So maybe the small maintenance construction office for this area is insufficient, insofar that we probably need to replace them with better vehicles. Oh, I built another one. Could be on the town entrance. Leaving room for other things. Oh, if we had the room for it. That is enough room. So if we get the bottom right red dot to turn green and the above red dots to be green. Now the only red dots are at the bottom and they are smaller red dots. So if I click it auto flattens this. Really useful trick to know as well. We'll set that one up and have 2 maintenance construction offices here. I guess the incinerator, when it needs maintenance, probably also needs a lot of resources. But then again, I could just replace the vehicles here carrying more resources, like the open hull truck can... I guess it can carry a lot of resources. Yeah, let's just get a second maintenance office, it's fine. We can borrow 36 million. The amount owed went up to 80 million, 82 million almost. But the amount we borrow went up higher. So it looks like the ruble is getting really bad in regards to inflation. And at some point, yeah, we have to get rid of the loan before it crashes the economy, basically. We got our power plant almost set up. 1 more delivery of steel. Okay, 2 more deliveries of steel because of weird rounding, and then the last construction phase. Then we need to relocate every bit of oil that we have from the existing power plant, and then crank it up and see how far we can push it. I think this truck was stolen from us. It was supposed to go into this distribution office, and they took it. Let me check the transportation routes. Yeah, it just went away. Someone else took it. Or it might have gotten scrapped, I don't know. Don't have the money to get another vehicle right now. Don't even have enough money to... Yeah, we imported a replacement vehicle. This needs 19,000 US dollars, and then this needs some more. I don't think we have any oil tanker to spare. This route does not exist on this. Yeah, the route also got deleted. Distribution office in Svidava. 1 tanker. Yeah, I guess we have to buy a replacement vehicle for the distribution in Priatin. I will have to get one just to empty out the whole... Well, I guess I don't have to empty out the oil here, we can just burn it all off. It doesn't take too long. And then we get notified when it stops operating, and then we can bulldoze it. Might have to get more cableway cars to increase the throughput on the cableway station, but for that we might need more workers. I think the heating plant and power plant running at like 15 workers each is also going to be enough. I wish there was a way to hide like the name tags. I mean, I can hide it like that, and that looks really pretty, but I would like to play with all of the UI instead of the highlights. Like, look at it mostly like that, with my UI present, and then at some point turn this on and off occasionally. Missing fabric. Well, that's new. Eastern resources. So fabric imports are handled by you, right? Yes. And you're not importing fabric? Because why? Is there already a bunch of trucks heading here with fabric? Yes. Yes, they are. So we need to raise the amount that this one gets filled with fabric, apparently. The import happens to apparently 10% for emergency production. We could raise that to 20% to make sure the production keeps running. And then other distribution offices that bring resources here fill it up to 50%, or at least try to. Okay. What a chaos on that intersection. Holy crap. And this is like a splitting intersection that one shouldn't create any chaos. I guess we could get rid of that chaos by making this a single lane road, going on only out of the right lane, then they wouldn't try to merge into that just before. But I don't think I want to change that right now. The traffic is getting kinda bad. Alternatively, what if I turned this into something like that? And then only the right lane is available, so it's a single lane road already. Then they would probably arrive here on the right lane road anyway, and not use the left lane anymore. Okay, they still do. But that might be old vehicles. Maybe this fixes it. We'll use the same thing here. Only the right lane should be available. And the exit should be the same, I guess. But not for this one. This can select which lane it wants. That one's fine. Okay, we're out of US currency. Going back into the penalty interest rates. Did we import all of the steel we needed? Yes, we did. So our exports are going to shoot up shortly. I want to try and run this at 100% and see if it works. If we are far away enough from the pollution. Pollution at most should go up to here, I would say 600 meters, and I think that's doable. At that point we'll be running 2 power plants in parallel. So there will be some extra pollution during that time, but we have to burn off all the oil in here. We'll probably restrict the amount of workers here, so we don't create too much pollution, because this could overlap Priatin. But yeah, I would like all of the oil to be burned off rather than transported. 200 more work days. We need 20 workers to finish the construction. We do get a consistent amount of people building this. Just from the fact that the cableway station goes here. Send any worker to the construction site. Oh, the mine was on fire again. How far did it burn down this time? %62% wear and tear. So reconstruction is happening again. Didn't realize that one was on fire. Okay. The heating plant will stop for a bit as we are not sending any workers. But they can go into the heating plant again now. And there's our new gas power plant. Now we have to just relocate all of the routes to this. Do not wait until unloaded. Get as many resources in there as possible. And then export the rest. We will probably rename this to Priatin Power Plant. But it doesn't matter that much, I guess. Okay, all oil supply now goes to the new power plant, which can start operating right away. We are going to increase the amount of export of electricity to as high as possible, which will cause a few power outages on its way, but as soon as we have some oil, this should start running. Well, maybe, okay, let's try and be a little bit safe. It is winter. The oil tankers will have a slightly further trip as well to go to the power plant. But if they go here and unload all of the oil and then go back, that's better than going to the customs house. It's going to be shorter anyway. There's a tanker. Money is coming back in now that the construction has completed. We might also get more oil tankers if we don't have enough for the power plant. And yeah, the split of workers seems good with the amount of cableway cars we have right now. Like running the power plant at full tilt might use up too much oil. So we might have to get more vehicles just for that reason. Need to be a bit careful with that. And that power line has been demolished. So we also need to rebuild that. Just across here. Across the cableway cars. Let's put this as close as possible. Because then the wire will hang up as fast as it can. And we need another power pole here. And then go over here. And that should look fine with the cableway cars now. Yes, it does. Okay. We'll rebuild that. And that reconnects the eastern electricity as well. Okay, we're getting oil now. We are using this power plant full tilt before the other one kicks in, because apparently this one is first in the queue. So let's crank up the export and see what happens. Or is my power line not connected yet? This one is all connected, and this one receives electricity through here, so it should provide electricity to the export as well as the residential area. Not sure why it's not producing much yet. But maybe once that one stops working, it will. Need another loan. We're up to 4 pages. Replacement vehicles, 2 bus exports last month. Well, let's work on the western side for now. Let's increase the amount of... Well, no, let's not run them into too much pollution. That would be dangerous. I am really wondering why this one isn't kicking in. Does that have too many transformers now? What if I turn you off for a short moment? Does the other one kick in? Yes, it does. Completely. Okay, so we just need to finish all of the oil in here, and then the other one will start running. So we'll run it at what it runs right now. Double the workers though. And this one will kick in if the other one doesn't run. I'm a little bit worried about the oil supply, but we'll see. Getting some extra trucks shouldn't be a problem with the money we will earn from the electricity export. We need one truck for the distribution office and then a bunch of trucks for the routes that are emptying out the oil fields. Also, during all that kerfuffle, we did the research for the bauxite processing plant. And it takes 74 tons of steel, so it is about 300,000 rubles worth of steel? Yeah. No, wait. Is it 3 million? No, can't be. It's 300,000. But very low amount of pollution, very low amount of workers. Definitely something we can place in Svit Cove, in walking distance of our existing residential structures. As soon as we know that everything is stable, university education, definitely increase that amount. Educate as many people as possible. We don't want this one to be the limiting factor. But we still need enough workers in other facilities, so we might have to put down more residential buildings just to have everything fully staffed. Because at some point, a lot of people will have gotten a university education and they might all sit around in the party official slots, and then no one wants to work the shopping center anymore. Okay, but otherwise this seems good. Gas station out of fuel again. Can I get the tanker? It's probably 80,000 or something. I can get a cheap tanker for 63,000. And that's the one I want. I want a cheap tanker. What's our distribution office doing? The distribution office is out of fuel. You will be relocated in this distribution office then. And we will take out a loan and sort this out immediately. Get 2 tankers for this distribution office for now. And do the fuel deliveries right now. Oh god, we don't have any fuel here. Tanker. Free distribution office. Free gas station. We're going back to the beginning again, apparently. Load here, unload here. You in here, you in here. Bring fuel here. Here. Stabilize this area before it runs out of fuel, please. More mosque. Priatin. Good. Looks like our distribution office was getting too busy with distributing fuel to a lot of different areas, and now we're paying the price. But as soon as Priatin has some fuel, all of the vehicles will start refueling again, and the truck is on its way right now. Even this truck that is currently supplying the fuel will refuel on that gas station. And then yeah, the next supply is going to go into Svidava on the gas station and the storage tank. And then we'll, okay, I guess they already had some fuel supplies, but then the truck didn't have enough fuel to bring it into the gas station. We'll just need 2 vehicles to handle that, I think. Well, why did we have a building burn down in Slopolatsk? A building with a fire station right here. Why are you doing this to me, game? There's a fire station right here. It got stuck in here, and then it should have been able to turn right, and it was probably because of the traffic jam. To see any truck. I mean, all the fire trucks burned down, so they were presumably on site, but apparently it wasn't enough. Have to get 2 replacement vehicles. Well, that's a tragedy. Kinda. We'll get another residential building up and increase the amount of people living in this area. I don't want footpaths with lamps anymore, I just want regular footpaths. Once this demolition has finished up, I'm gonna set this up to be constructed again. Okay. How's the gas station situation looking? I dread the time when this happens to our Karabadak heating plant that provides heating to 3 towns and it's the middle of winter and everything dies. Got fuel again, very good. Creatine gas station, and you're going back to the distribution office, so you will go back to this distribution office because we took the fuel truck away from that. Still not running at full capacity, but the oil here is almost emptied out. Pollution has crept all the way up to the residential buildings touching it, but still seems okay. But yeah, the pollution will go away as soon as this one finishes its production. And then the other power plant will kick in. An ambulance not arriving usually points to something either wrong with the road network or a lot wrong with the healthcare in the area. Okay, this pollution monitoring station can go away. The water and sewage tank will go away as soon as we finish with the building, as well as the waste storage. We still need the road connection to the high voltage switch for repairs. But even the footpath will probably go away and be replaced by something that matches the residential area a little bit more. But the power plant is on its last steps. And then it will be demolished. And our new power plant will take over. It's out. Demolishing now. I'll probably rebuild this road as a gravel road only to the transformer. Or I guess I could just leave the road. Maybe there will be something else here. I don't know. Get rid of this, and this, and this. We'll remove the footpaths after all of the demolition tasks are done. Because the workers in this area can just walk onto the construction site and help demolishing this. And I guess this road crane could help here, but it's not a demolition office. Okay, so the power plant is running very high capacity. We might need a few extra workers. But that means like more workers in general, not more people in the cableway. Oh, you definitely need to go anywhere you want now. They were still sending workers to the gas power plant. The footpath upgrades are done since probably a few years here, so let's get these dirt footpaths out of this area. This one still needs to be upgraded, our waste storage for the area. We'll do something like this. That way they can still get to the waste storage from the other side while I upgrade this footpath. Then once this one has been upgraded, they can get to the waste storage back from here while we upgrade this, and then this short section I guess we'll have to upgrade at some point too. I don't know. Okay, this is running full tilt, like as much as it can, as it has workers. We could make sure that we always send the workers to the power plant first before the heating plant, so probably a bad idea, but this will allow us to export more. Speaking of export, we're out of money. So yeah, now we try and earn back our money in US dollars from electricity exports. Hopefully not running into any problems. Still have to rebuild this power line. Have to build that whole thing. We need that pollution monitoring station to see how far the pollution goes. But the old area, well, the old era where this place was covered in pollution are probably over. Might also have to get a pollution monitoring station just for Priatin itself. It's nice having one next to the power plant, but I guess the real point is having them next to the residential areas. So, we'll also drop one in here. Let's check crime. Police did not investigate. A bunch of them. Where could that be? Any unemployment from low education? No. Unemployment looks really good. This looks okay. Let's gotta go through all villages, I guess, all towns. You're fine. Well, you have really low amount of workers. We might not be able to sustain the 20 workers in the HQ here right now. Let's go for 15. Slopolatsk, police. Slopolatsk. Okay. Well, we had a house burned down, so apparently we're not gonna get any of those crimes resolved. That wasn't a building with a lot of university people, right? No. Just have a low amount of population here in general. And the crime is relatively high for what this area is. Not even sending any university educated people here right now. Wait a minute. You can't reach that waste storage. Damn it. That's annoying. I mean, a little bit of extra waste spilling out here doesn't really matter, but if we keep things clean, then we should care about that. Let's limit the amount of workers in other facilities, apparently. Definitely not the university, though. scraping the barrel. Okay, courthouse. Let's try 15.9. Just encouraging more people to go into the police station. That looks good. That looks like an amount that will get things done. Let's cancel out some cases that have a low chance to solve and focus on those that we can still solve. Two more waste pickups, then we will start the reconstruction of that structure. And we will build another residential building here because we need more workers in this town. This building has access to everything, heating, water, sewage and electricity, and it will be able to walk to any building it needs to. And if it can't reach, it goes to the bus stop and picks a point to walk to from there. And waste will be dropped off in here. Rebuild that. I did not get a completion message about that. I thought I'd set the checkbox for it. Just for not forgetting, we would build this somewhere around here. Probably on an existing footpath, like so. And then it would reach all of the residential buildings up here if I connected it to that. So we could have it next to the heating plant, basically. The other option is having it next to the fire station and having another footpath cut through here. And then it would be closer to the main road, and we would need a loading station because the vehicles would need to pick up the materials again. I don't know if they load fast enough in that building or if it's a really slow loading process, like in the gravel processing plants, etc. I think a loading station is probably necessary. But just for testing it, if we had it around here, let's put a footpath down. And then get the industry and see how far we can move it out. That's 430 meters, that's already pretty much the limit. Like a little bit more probably. This is slightly sloped. We can get it done that way. I think 450 meters is the limit for the footpath, and with 448 we are spot on. So we will not build any of this, but we have it on the agenda to build it at some point. And then the raw bauxite will be carried into the facility, and the pure bauxite will be carried out. No storage is here, I don't think. And we'll, well, at some point maybe an input storage. And a constant... How much? Wait. You have 3 loading stations. I guess that doesn't matter that much. We do want to make an external loading station. Yeah, we have to balance the amount of vehicles on the outside ourselves. Then one ship would run less frequent, but carry more expensive goods. And it probably is profitable to set it up, but it does cost 74 tons of steel. We are back to the situation where we need to work on our western loans for now. 1.5 million. The income on that side is really good, so I don't think we'll be stuck with a problem. We'll also earn a little bit of extra export from the scrap metal being removed here. The hazardous waste is unfortunate, but it will be dropped in the incinerator. Oh, we are selling it. I guess it's better to sell it than to... because the distance to the... No, wait. We can just drop it in here, right? Western resources. Yeah. Drop the mixed waste and the hazardous waste in there instead. Instead of exporting, then we'll just incinerate that stuff. Metal scrap, construction waste still needs to go to the customs house, but the hazardous waste can be incinerated instead. The first thing we are going to do is get more oil trucks, because as you can see, the consumption is quite high. So we'll need to increase the amount of oil we can get to the power plant, lest it runs out of resources. West pump check. West pump check. We'll start adding tankers as we go. And we need to make sure that we do not run out of oil. You are completely broken down on the 4th route. You can only repair back up to 87%. I'll send you into storage. And I'll grab one from the other route to replace you instead. The other vehicle is still heading to the depot. I also need to deal with that one. You. And one of you were broken. That one. I accidentally cancelled you. Go back to the depot. You're probably gonna get sent to the scrapyard. So we need to make sure we don't run out of oil now. Probably reduce the exports would be the smart thing to do. But where's the fun in that? Well, I think the smart thing is just take out another 240,000 and get a few vehicles. And stack the lines again. Get to a road depot, get the vehicles. Another loan in rubles. I mean, the amount of we can borrow is going up ridiculously high. So I think we'll be fine. Okay, you. This one. Cancel. We had 2 pump checks that were higher percentages. I'm going to change the routes. I have an idea. So this one has 62%. Okay, if I type percent 4 times it shows up as a text, but I feel like that could break something. Yes, it does. Okay. I'm scared. Let's just do that. I also have to report that. Percent in name. Okay. This one has 64%. Basically, this is marking the ones that where I might want to add a third truck. The other ones were 50 something, 53, and I don't think they will need an extra truck, but the 60% maybe. And I don't need the word export after all of them because they are not being used for export anymore. 64, 53, 62, and where's the last one? We had 4 of them. There. No, that's a parking lot. Oil tank routes number 3. Pump jack 54%. Okay. So you are like, you're getting repaired, but you really ought to go to the scrapyard. I guess you're only 17 years old. You'll stay in here. You might act as a replacement vehicle for a bit. We'll add 1 truck each to the high percentage pump jacks and see if it's too much or not. That should definitely supply us with enough oil to run the power plant at all times. And maybe put some of it back to export. But if we burn all of the oil, that would also be nice. Don't need to put any of it to export. We barely get anything for it. $300 US, that's nothing. Better to just all burn it. We got our pollution monitoring station up. The power plant has been running for a while. The pollution is like here right now, crossing the river, so not a danger to our settlement yet, and I don't think it will ever be. Okay, we already earned 80,000 again, got 380,000 US for vehicle imports spent and are only down 300,000, so if we're making 80,000 per month, I think will be good, because our loan repayment is only 40,000 per month, so we're actually in the clear, at least on the western border. Those buses, man, you really should get repaired. Our repair station appears to not be sufficient. Yeah, these trucks take a lot of workers to repair. Oil appears to be going up. At some point they will send some for export, but most of the oil will be well, converted into electricity. And yeah, the power plant is running close to 100% at all times. I might cut this down to prevent blackouts. Use 16% instead. So we're getting like 1.5 megawatts for everything around here, and the rest goes to export. The other thing we still have to do is switching the electric wire here to this transformer, but that's a project that can happen later. used up some of the money for loan repayments. It's close, like it's 1.4k per day. If we ever have less than that, we're gonna be hit with a penalty. I should combine these into one loan. 1.65. That will reduce the rate. Now it's down to 900 every day. Save 50%. That were a bunch of changes to our economy. Definitely don't want to start getting into a loan on the western side too much, because that currency is very expensive. And the ruble loan is what it is, I guess. We just have to endure and hope that we out-inflate the loan, which is what seems to be happening right now. It feels like the inflation is hitting more and more. And at some point, all of the loan we have taken is basically worth nothing anymore. And then we can maybe focus our trade to the west. Maybe we can do that with the bauxite. Just trade it to the west instead of the east. I think we should do that. I think we should send you to the west. Because yes, it's like 500,000 rubles, but in a year or two this is going to be worth nothing anymore. Whereas the US currency is going to be worth a lot. I don't know. I do want to repay the loans. We have to get out of that loop. We basically need to increase our US currency gains, and then at some point flip all of that into buses and sell a bunch of buses at once. Our bus production is still running. Shame we couldn't get the prisoners in here, otherwise we could have increased our bus production by quite a lot. But it was not to be. Road cargo station. Where do I have a road cargo station here? Oh, there, right. Fire truck. %56% wear, and you're here. So the fire station could not put out the other fire. Maybe the amount was set too low, maybe the fire was already going too fast. We'll keep this at 20 workers. I don't like the full 32 workers, especially because this area was struggling with like staff. We need the residential buildings back first, and we need to populate them before we allow maybe more workers in the fire station. Also, we need to make sure we keep the amount of workers high in the prison to not run into the situation where game crashed, where we have prisoner escapes and everything runs full on criminals. We're going to load into the game, see if the loading works. Hopefully the prison buses did not break anything. And then I'm going to call it here. Last autosave, like last time, 2 minutes ago. I don't know why the game always crashes 2 minutes after an autosave. It has always been the last times 2 minutes after the autosave. I hate when the game crashes. Hello Merton Esper. Yeah, but it is still early access, and it's the best case scenario where we get this resolved before release, and hopefully people can report the bug, and maybe some of them will figure out, either from the developer or maybe also the players, what is the reason. Crashes suck, but we were playing for like 4 hours without a crash, so I think it's the first crash of the day. I don't remember a second one. It's loading pretty long. Let me check if my hard disk is too full. No, it is not. I have 100 gigabytes free. Oh yeah, I also need to write down... Oh no, I did already write that down. Cableway poles need maintenance that do not show. But yeah, let's see, make the change that we did. We were scrolling over here, checking on, I don't know, and then the fire broke out in here. That traffic is looking horrendous. You're all trying to merge into a single lane. Why? It's a left-hand turn with 2 lanes. This is slowing everything down. This is unacceptable. And then we have a vehicle broken down in front. Okay, we'll try this as a single lane road again. The rest will stay 2 lane. This should improve the traffic flow all the way to the end. Buses can get out of this area again this way, driving through all the cars. And hopefully, as this clears up, this will improve traffic. And I want the 1 and 4 to be the priority roads here. Getting the traffic off this road. Yeah, the right-hand turn people are fine. It's only the ones that want to go left getting stuck with the existing traffic. The fire station was supposed to be 20 workers. Traffic jam. Prison buses, yeah. They're also trying to merge into a single lane here for all of the vehicles that want to go left, which they should do much earlier. Okay, I don't have a solution for this 4-way intersection. This is horrendous. And moving them back here causes other traffic issues. Basically, they need to get into the town, and if they want to go back into town, they need to get out of here, go along the main road and go back in. This is what's going to have to happen. And then the traffic issues will happen outside of the town, so... Both of these roads will now be one-way roads. Through here, no one can go back into the town area. This is like a giant roundabout now, outside of the town. It's unfortunate for the people that want to go here and turn right, but they can do the same over here. And maybe we'll add another road that goes this way so they don't have to go all the way up here. I don't know. It's not that much different. And another loan. Well, didn't really feel like we succeeded in making more money, but then again the total amount of money we can borrow went up. We increased our total amount owed by 2 million, whereas this one went up by like 6 million, so progress. We do have a loan on the western side now that we have to pay back, but we are getting good amounts of income there. As long as our power plant receives enough oil. The electricity price is probably going to drop over time, but this is definitely worth more than trying to export the oil on the border. So incinerating it seems to be the right place. Incineration seems to be the right place. Looks like we were refueling here. Pollution. There's a little bit of pollution showing up here now, which is probably the combination of the clothing factory with the power plant, so it's creeping in on that side. But I still believe that this is probably going to be fine. Like, this is pristine territory now. For a lot more workers to run the clothing factory and also this island of like heating plant and power plant smoothly. At some point we'll set up a connection of heating down to Svidava, removing the pollution from this area as well, freeing up 7 workers to do something else. And yeah, I think this was a pretty good day for our republic. Could have gone better. Still losing more and more money. But in half a year there will be harvest season again and maybe we'll earn some money back then. Lots of fabric imports. So our fabric factory is still not running well, is what you're saying. There's a lot of crops here, but not a lot of workers anymore. We have to get some migrants to reduce the amount of crop imports we have to do. And we also have to probably build another residential building. We did open up the floodgates to workers in the university. So a lot of workers are going there instead of the fabric factory. Yeah, regular migrants will pay for themselves really quickly, I think. I could have gotten them from third world countries, I think, but it's fine. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for now for today. So thank you very much for watching. Why are there so many repair issues happening? 98% wear and you could repair, but you're not repairing. All of these personal vehicles are getting my repair stations fully stuck because they are not repairing. I hope they can release that fix. Oh no. Yeah, we might be running into another spiral of like repairs happening and vehicle replacements. It's not the repair stations aren't working, it's the bug where personal vehicles are locking up the repair stations until they cancel themselves and then the repairs happen normally. That one's fine, that one is not fine. That one's fine. You're fine, you're fine. So we might have to babysit the repair stations for a bit. Or just build larger repair stations in general. Like a medium-sized repair station is probably undersized for the area. And I guess this vehicle is also getting quite old and will be replaced in like half a year. These are school buses from Sassales. But yeah, we'll look at that next time. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. Let me go over to the power plant area because that's going to be the screenshot for this. Because I do think it will look probably quite nicely with the power plant and the heating plant across the bridge. And the old area for the power plant over here. And this running full tilt and just spewing out so much pollution. It's unfortunate that the stuff is coming out the side of this. Guess we'll take the screenshot from here then. Although it doesn't look as cool. Maybe from the mountain. We will also take a look at Twitch and see if anyone could take a raid. If you're interested in that, stick around. Otherwise, I wish you a good Wednesday evening. Good Saturday evening. I don't think I will come online again today. I've already streamed twice yesterday. I think I need a bit of a break. Otherwise, as I said, have a good day. And maybe I'll see you next time.